Hello guys. Welcome. Welcome. Don't mind the sound of me unwrapping little things of cheese for my little sandwiches here. Don't mind that sound. Just focus on the spooky horror sounds. You know, the whole wolves howling in the distance. Can you hear them? Can you hear the wolves? Probably can hear them better than me. But you know, maybe if you listen closely, maybe if you listen closely enough, you can hear the beating of your heart in the still woods. Ooh, also cheese unwrapping sounds. Shh, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. Took me a little bit longer. Took me a little bit longer to get this ready than I was anticipating. Delicious. Delicious bread and cheese sandwich. All right. Yep, we can. That'll work. That'll work for my chair. Okay. We're gonna do another reading stream today. If you could not tell, it's probably fairly obvious. You know, only from like the title and the tag on the stream, and this is a blatantly different setup from our normal one. It's oddly enough exactly, or nearly exactly the same setup as the one before. Hey, Ben Boy, how you doing? We'll be reading some of Edgar Allan Poe's short stories here, and I guess we should take just a brief second to go over Edgar Allan Poe. I didn't do any research about him before the stream, so I could be mistaking things. This is basically stuff that I recalled from, God, over 15 years ago now, from AP and Honors English. Edgar Allan Poe was a pretty troubled guy, if I remember correctly. He was not very happy about a lot of things. He summoned the abominations have been. Are they summoned right now? Oh, shit. Now they're summoned. Now they're summoned. you didn't know that they weren't there before. I promise. But they're there now. Hold on. Let me refund those points there for you, Pinpoint. God damn it. You know what? Hold on. Maybe we could do. Maybe for your summoning, we'll do this. Hold on. Do they have a filter on them? They don't have a filter on them, actually. Well, I can't change really the settings on the fog. All right. let me just refund you, Pinpoint. I'm sorry. Jesus. All right. There you go. Have your points back. Your abominations are here. Edgar Allan Poe, though. Not a very happy person. I'm gonna guess that nowadays we'd probably say he like suffered from depression. I don't think that sort of idea existed back then, at least not like not the sort of medical sense that we have for it. I think either he was pretty sickly, maybe he was sickly as a child, or the love of his life was really sickly. He ended up marrying his, I think, 13-year-old cousin. Yeah, that's a thing that happened back in the day. And she may have even died. Which, hold on. You know, I gotta bring up the wiki. Now. Now I feel like I'm almost making stuff up. Wikipedia. Sounds like my kind of guy. Hold on. Edgar Allan Poe. Good morning, Edward. Alright, let's make sure we're getting things right. Oh, he was in the military for some time, apparently. He was a dropout in school. Oh yeah, he married his cousin Well, he was at the age of 26. He married his cousin, Virginia Clem, at the age of 13. They were married for 11 years until her death, which may have inspired some of his writing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I wasn't wrong there. I wasn't wrong there. Okay. His death. So he didn't live all that long a life. I think he pretty much drank himself to death, if I remember correctly. He died at the age of 40. Yeah. So he married her at 26. She died when he was 37, and then he died 3 years after that. You must play The Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker since you're into this stuff. Don't think, just do it. All right, hold on. Let me write that down. Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker. Yeah, his death year. On October 3rd, 1849, Poe was found delirious on the streets of Baltimore. Quote, in a great distress and in need of immediate assistance, according to Joseph W. Walker, who found him. He was taken to Washington Medical College, where he died on Sunday, October 7th, 1849, at 5 in the morning. Poe was not coherent long enough to explain how he came to be in his dire condition, and, oddly, was wearing clothes that were not his own. He is said to have repeatedly called out the name Reynolds on the night before his death, though it is unclear to whom he was referring. Some sources say that Poe's final words were, Lord, help my poor soul. All medical records have been lost, including Poe's death certificate. Newspapers at the time reported Poe's death as a congestion of the brain or cerebral inflammation. Common euphemisms for death from disreputable causes, such as alcoholism. The cause of death remains a mystery. Oh, so, okay. That must be why I had the idea that he died of drinking himself to death before. Speculation include delirium tremens, heart disease, epilepsy, syphilis, meningeal inflammation, cholera, and rabies. Jesus Christ, rabies. One theory dating from 1872 suggests that cooping was the cause of Poe's death, a form of electoral fraud in which citizens are forced to vote for a particular candidate, sometimes leading to violence and even murder. So yeah. Apparently Poe's death is a bit more of a mystery than I thought. Poe is, if you study like English in the United States at least, Poe is kind of an important figure, and you read a lot about him. Like all the stories that we're doing here today are stuff that I read in school at some point, or at least I was exposed to in school by a teacher. This is because he's sort of like the flagship of what is called like the dark romantic movement in American literature, which is an offshoot of the romantic movement. The romance writers were kind of focused on like the beauty of wild nature, and one of like the most iconic writers of that movement, the one that's most famous and most important at least, is Ralph Waldo Emerson, which you guys may have heard of. The dark romantic writers kind of were in the same vein, except it was, dark. They believed in sort of like the beauty of like dark and twisted things. And it's kind of an important period for the development of American literature. And Poe is also important, independent of that, because he is sort of like considered the modern creator, the creator of the modern short story. And he even had like, and this is because he sort of had like a particular philosophy about telling stories. And this philosophy, it was a very aesthetic-oriented philosophy for storytelling. He believed that written stories should be more like fine art, like when you go into a museum, right, and you go look at a famous painting by an artist or whatever, you sort of take that all in. Over a relatively short period of time, you see the painting, you look at it, you contemplate it for a while, but it's not a sit down and spend a whole week sort of experience that writing a long novel is, right? He believed that storytelling should more emulate the experience of fine art, where you just sort of take it all in a relatively short amount of time, and you have the full experience in basically like one short sitting. And so that sort of philosophy about writing sort of guided his essentially the creation of the modern idea of the short story. Please go. All right, all right. Abominations are gone. I'm sorry, Ben Boy. I'm sorry. Oh God. There's gonna be a war over this. I mean, they are kind of cute. I have a suspicion there's gonna be someone right back up. Molly. Poor kitten. Poor kitten. Oh. Because they're spooky and creepy. Why must they vanish? And she's the good guy. She's the hero of the story. Just gonna move the screen so I can only see Bleach. It's fine. Shouldn't have spent those points on 6. Literally nothing. I wasn't gonna say it, Edwardum. I wasn't gonna say it, but that did cross my mind. All right, all right. It was certainly quite a power play, kitten. All right, all right. All introductions aside and everything like that, I think we have enough to jump in. Probably the most famous of the short stories of Poe. His most famous work is The Raven, which we have at the end here. But the most famous of his short stories is probably this one, the Tell Heart. All right. So let me just glug up here. This is all creepy. It's the mood. Vibe check. Alright, alright, alright. We've got a proper glug glug redemption here. Consume. Yes. Alright. The Tell Heart. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. Ominous violins. And a random horror effect. We'll let the violins play out ominously here for a couple of seconds. Just absorb the mood. Of course, you get Sai and Uta for the sound effect. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, With what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it I did it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when day broke, I went boldly into the chamber, and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarce contain my feelings of triumph. To think there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no! His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were closed fastened, through fear of robbers, and so I knew he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped on the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour did I not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not the groan of pain or grief, oh no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found it all in vain, because his death, in approaching him, had stalked him with his black shadow before him, and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a simple dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot out from the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could not see But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And I have not told you that 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 what you mistake for madness is but over acute. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates a soldier into courage. But, even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how stealthily I could to maintain the ray upon the eve. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, louder and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead of the hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise that as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him, and then I smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. And then I took 3 planks in the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha ha! When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bells sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves, with perfect suavity, as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them, at length, to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them there to rest their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat while I answered cheerily. They chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but they still sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued to become more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, now I grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if to excite to fury by the observations of the men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated upon the boards, but the noise rose all over and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and yet the men still chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew! They were making a mockery of my horror! This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony, anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart! And there you go. That's the tell heart. Ignore my delicious sandwich. These are better to listen to. There's a reason why Poe is read in schools across America and Lovecraft is not. All right. What's the next one? Let's fix this here. And we're dagger down a bit. Alright, we finished the Telltale Heart. There we go. You're also not encouraged to read monotone, which is nice. Oh, yeah, I was worried I was getting too loud there at the end with the louder, 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 but you know, I kind of felt like I needed to, right? Like the moment demanded it. Okay, the Black Cat. Is it on this one? Yes, it is. Okay. This one I don't remember as much. I do remember that we read it in school. I don't remember much of it, though. Oh. So when you're reading my novel on stream? If you want, I'm more than happy to give that a go, Edwin. You know, maybe I should mute myself here. That'll make it all the more better, Edwin. It'll make it all the more better. Okay. He has to read my Gachimuchi fanfiction first. Wait. What's the muchi in Gachimuchi? Like, gachi is like means like true, right? I know, like, from like gachikoi is like a true fan or whatever for idols. What's gachimuchi? With a Bogdanoff's gay porn. Gotcha. Okay. Here we go. The Black Cat. Alright, I remember very little of this. We'll see how this goes. Art, I'd call it art. Alright. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would be I to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad I am not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. And their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and, in my manhood, I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute, which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. Also, it's fun to know, I would not have guessed that they kept goldfish in the early to mid 1800s. It just seems like a relatively modern thing, but no, they kept the goldfish too. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than it happens, just now, to be remembered. Good morning, Adahug. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me whenever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. Wow, what a euphemism. Can we just settle on this euphemism here for a second? But I guess they had to survive somehow, and I don't know how probable it is without human interference, right? For serious. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of the maltreating of the rabbits. Of the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when, by accident, or through affection, came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consequently somewhat peevish, Even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated, from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body and do more than a fiendish malevolence. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut out one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen this damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch. I experienced a sentimental half of horror. I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of the creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation. And then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account, yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. Hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and the most terrible God. He's in a lot of those. The dashes? Yeah, I use a lot of those dashes, in fact. Um, you'll find in my own writing style a lot of similarities in the way Poe writes here. This wasn't intentional. I just ended up writing a lot of the same. I mean, maybe because his writing influenced me, I ended up picking up this practice. But yeah, he definitely uses a lot of them, and I'm kind of the same way. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforth to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day of the succeeding fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words "strange" and "singular" and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. To be fair, since you told me about them, I've been using them more frequently. Yeah, maybe they're a crutch, but I find them handy. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown, through an open window, into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of the other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunts now which I habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, and rubbed against my hand, and appeared to be delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and, when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and it became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather than disgusted. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame, and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with an unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast, was the discovery on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it had also been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed, in a high degree, that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long, sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so. From so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss at how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to my own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be impossible to conceive. Hold on. Give me a second. I need to reread this. In fact, we'll start from the top of the paragraph. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair, of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but, by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had, at length, assumed a rigorous and distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shuddered to name, and, for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have it rid myself of the monster, had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, the agony and of death. Of agony and of death. And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter, I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while, from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me, upon some household errand, into the cellar of the building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference, into rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, with the entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the wall in the yard, about packing it into a box as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered to be a far better expedient of either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall up the hole as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it up in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair, with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish of the floor was picked up with the minutest of care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or imagine the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premise forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. I'm gonna grab a drink here. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house. This guy is a dick? Yes. Yes, he is indeed a dick. A party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make a rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party descended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health, and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well constructed house." And the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon the very portion of the brickwork which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by the voice from within the tomb. By a cry, at first muffled and broken, like a sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman. A howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony and in the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through the extremity of terror and of awe. And the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster within the tomb. Apparently he walled up the cat. I forgot that was... He walled up the cat and the cat shrieked. I forgot that. Yeah. And you know, I kind of feel... Now that I've never put these two stories... Cat to the rescue. I never put these two stories... Seeing the two stories side by side, the Telltale Heart and the Black Cat, they're very much kind of the same story, right? Like, guy gets driven to madness by some weird thing. In fact, an eye, right? Like the cat lost its eye, right? He cut out the cat's eye, and the man from the Telltale Heart had his creepy vulture eye, right? Driven to murder, and then kills someone and hides their body in the house. Police come, and then because he hears sounds from the house, it reveals basically his crime. And, you know, I've never compared them side by side like this, but they're basically the same story, except this one's longer and kind of more developed. It's one of those things, like, you don't know if it's like a perfection of like he wanted to retell one of the stories but like do it better, or if it's like just some sort of like fascination with the thought. Like, one thing you'll find, at least in some of these works, is that people being buried is sort of like a fascination of his. I think we have two other stories which directly involve burials here. And even a lot of the other ones, they'll make references to the tombs and stuff like that. So, just sort of an interesting sort of fixation of Poe. Alright, we can move this. Maybe we can. Will you allow me? Oh, undo that. Just this. Just this. Alright, let's lock everything here. That should be locked. That should be locked. Poe is the only literature you enjoy, English literature at least. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by English literature, because it's American literature, not like English in that sense. Or if, unless you mean like, just like classic English literature, like like English language literature. For the love of God, please, Dagger. I don't want to scale you. I want to move you. Dagger, please. Yeah, maybe we scale you up just a bit. There. And now we finished the black cat. Alright. Anything has been written in English. The language, not England. Okay. I just bring it up. It's English literature and American literature, gosh. It's Englandish literature and... Englandish literature and American literature. Well, I just bring it up because at least when I was studying English in college, right, that was the divide that usually came up when talking about literature in the English language, is like the divide between like American and English literature, right? Like some Japanese literature has been translated. Poe, a lot of people, like, especially, like, literary people dismiss Poe, but there is a reason why he persists, and a lot of others don't. Usually in manga style. Alright, let me see if I can find the next story here. The next one, the cast of Amontillado. Amontillado. Not this one. Wait, what was that? Was that number 2? Yeah, volume 2. Okay. Let's try volume 1. Nope. Volume 1 doesn't have any of the stuff we're looking at today. This is actually a relatively long, like, novel he wrote. Where is it? Did I miss it? It's not the last volume, because that's like poetry, for the most part. It has to be in the second one. Hold on. The thousands. The maelstrom. Oh, right here, right here. I went right past it. Twice? Yeah, yeah. Okay. The Cask of Amontillado. Alright. This one is one I always mix this up with a different one. I think I mix this up with the Premature Burial a lot. So I can't exactly remember the details of this. We'll find out. I think we're moving at the right pace here. What's this? We're 2 stories in. We've gone through an hour. I think I may have accidentally timed this right. I know the Fall of the House of Usher is pretty long. Hopefully we have the time to get through all of this, actually. We'll see. Okay. The Cast of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship of wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Australian millionaires. In painting and in gimmery, Fortunato, like his countryman, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk one evening, during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by a conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of the carnival?" "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado? I have my doubts. Amontillado? And I must satisfy them. Amontillado? As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchesi. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me. Lucchesi cannot tell Amontillado from sherry. And yet, some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come on, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchesi—" "I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado, you have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchesi, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, putting on a mask of black silk, and drawing a roquelaire? I can't... A roquelaire? Roquelaire? Closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me from my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning. I had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. You didn't know I was streaming? Morning, Aaron, morning. You've missed 2 classic post stories, and now we're on the next one here. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance. One and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway which led to the vaults. I passed down the long, winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. You missed the dude destroying our base and making a giant penises and setting fire to our house, etc. I hope you banned him, because that's bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you got rid of it. I'm sorry that I brought that into the world. You did? Okay. Good. That's my bad. We will proceed with more caution in letting people in the future. Alright? Oh, good. You got enough to banish the abominations again, kitten. Alright. We'll go back here. Okay. They're going into the vaults. I took from the sconces, 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed on a long, winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. Montresors. I'm not sure how to do the how the stress on that goes. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. The pipe, said he. It is further on, said I, but observe the white webwork which gleams from the cavern walls. He turned towards me, looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled of ram and intoxication. Niter, he asked at length. Niter, I replied. How long have you had that cough? My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. It is nothing, he said, at last. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchesi. Enough, he said. The cough is mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough. True, I replied. And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend you from the damps. And here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows and lay upon the mold. Drink, I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly while his bells jingled. I drink, he said, to the buried that repose around us, and I to your long life. You don't want to battle. You just didn't want to battle Ben? Gotcha. He again took my arm and proceeded. These vaults, he said, are extensive. The Montresors, I replied, were a great and numerous family. I forget your arms. A huge human foot d'or in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are... Oh, coat of arms. A coat of arms. Okay, I forget your arms. A huge human foot d'or in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel. And the motto? Nemo me impine lacessit? Good, he said. I guess that's supposed to be Italian. Feel free to correct me here. 99% sure your dad has COVID. It's Latin. Nemo me impune lacessit. Good, he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc? I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that either. Foreign words are fun. We had passed through the walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the innermost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again this time, and I made bold to seize Fortunato by the arm above the elbow. The nitre, he said. See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it's too late. Your cough... It's nothing, he said. Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc. I broke and reached him a flagon of the de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. You do not comprehend, he said. Not I replied. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Yes, yes, I said. Yes, yes. You? Impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign, he said. It is this, I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my, roquelaire. Chest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. I wonder why him being a mason matters. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through the range of low arches, and descended, passed on, and descended again, arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau to rather to glow than flame. At the remote end of the crypt there appeared to be another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead, in a fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of the interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th the bones had been thrown down, and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at a point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in deep about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use in itself, but formed merely an interval between two of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, lifting up his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the deeps of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Therein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchesi, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these descended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his wrist, it was but a work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. It indeed is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return? No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power. The Amontillado, ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied. The Amontillado. I said these words as I busied myself among the pile of bones, of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the 2nd tier, and the 3rd, and the 4th, and then I heard furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which I might hearken to it with more satisfaction. I ceased my labors, and I sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, holding the flambeau over the masonwork, and threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A recession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess. But the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs, and felt satisfied. I approached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them all in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamor grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th, and there remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position, but now there came from out the niche a low laugh that etched the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "Ha ha ha ha! A very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo. Over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But it is not getting late? Will they not be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, the Montresor." "Yes, for the love of God." But to have these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust the torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth, and in return, only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. In pace. In pace requiescat? Ending in Latin there, obviously. Hi, Arnicky. Good morning. Why do I have timestamps on, actually? Timestamps. There we go. Oh, that was 2 minutes ago. Sorry, Arnicky. Sorry, was caught up on the reading. Definitely a drop in enjoyability from the previous two, I think. It took me a second to realize that this was like a period piece from a time which we would now write our own period pieces, right? Like this is a like a Middle Ages sort of story. And it took me a bit to realize that. All right, that was the cask of Amontillado. We can get rid of that. We can move the dagger down. Now this one's a real classic and a real fun one that I remember. You just home? Well, welcome to the stream, Yarnicki. Welcome. Let's see here. Here's a fun thing that I learned, Yarnicki, and I'm pretty sure you were one of the beneficiaries of this. Apparently, as of the start of this month, I have the option to create like extra emotes that only people who earn certain bit badges can use. So I'll be I'm going to be working on some extra emotes for the channel, and I think you and Panzerfaust are the two people who will be able to use these emotes. Just to give you a heads up, so basically you'll get like a special emote essentially, Yarnicki, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'll double check that just to be 100%. No, I'll even let you take a look at it. You have a big bit badge? You do have a big bit badge. I'm not sure what the oh. You can't wait? Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I basically have like a bunch of different ideas for emotes, and I'm just gonna work them all out, and then I'll let you guys like rank them, which ones you like the best, and we'll just add them in that order essentially. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And actually, it's 3 new emotes, but the other 2 tiers, no one's reached. There's only 2 people. It doesn't tell me who, which 2, but there's only 2 people who actually get access to one of these new emotes. You 500 bits for it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. The next story. This one's a goodie. This one's I definitely remember enjoying this one a lot. Um, After the Telltale Heart, this one was probably the one that I was exposed to the most in school. We saw this one quite a bit. This was one of those ones that like teachers would put on just like they would put on readings of it like during Halloween, right? Deal or not? All right. The Pit and the Pendulum. Um, you have Latin at the beginning there. Okay. Glug 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 glug. All right. Get that glug glug taken care of here. All right. Impia tortorum longos hic turba furores sanguinis innocui non satiata luit sospiete nunc patria fraco nunc funeris antro mors ubi dida fuit vita celusque patent. I'm a quatrain composed for the gates of a market to be erected upon the site of Jacobin Clubhouse at Paris. Okay. The Pit and the Pendulum. I was sick unto death with that long agony, and when at length they unbound me, I was permitted to sit. I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed to be merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the blur of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet, for a while, I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration. I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity. They seemed white and slender angels who would save me, but then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fiber of my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless specters with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation, but just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness, their flames went out utterly, and the blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent as the soul into Hades. The silence, the stillness, the night. Night were the universe. I just want to point out that This is incredibly cinematic. Like, this almost reads like someone's describing like how you shoot like a like a film or something like that. Like how you would like portray this guy's inner thoughts as his death sentences read out to him. How you would kind of see like a modern movie like present this on screen, which I find really interesting for something that came out so long ago. This is looking at this now with like a critical eye, like which I didn't have when I looked at this back when I was in school. Um, that's incredibly cinematic and kind of neat. All right, this guy has had his death sentence pronounced, and he is, and we faded to black, as it were. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it remained I will not attempt to define, or even to describe, yet all was not lost. The deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet, in a second afterward, so frail that web may have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon there are two stages. First, the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in the memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least we shall distinguish it from shadows of those of the tomb. But if these impressions of what I have termed the first stage will not recalled yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned, is not he who finds the strange palaces and wildly familiar faces and coals that glow, is not he who beholds floating in midair the sad visions that many may not view. It is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower. It is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid the frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid the earnest struggles to regather some token of stake of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments which I dreamed of success. There have been very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell, indistinctly, of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror in my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun, in their descent, the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this I recall to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, to the tumultuousness of motion of my heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all was black. Then again sound, and motion, and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence, without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then, very suddenly, thought and shuddering terror, and the earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now, a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then the entire forgetfulness of all that followed, and of all that a later and of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me to vaguely recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. All right, just in case anyone is not following this, uh, he's basically spent a whole bunch of time describing coming back to consciousness and gaining his senses. He was sentenced to death, and he fainted from this, and he's only now coming back to his senses and figuring out what's going on. Just in case, just in case that needs to be stated out a bit more clearly and succinctly. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back, unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts, then, were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly, and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings, and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perish usually from the auto da fe, and one of those had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This, I at once saw, could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells in the Toledo, had stone floors, and the light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fiber. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of the tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold, big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets, in hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came a throng upon my recollection of 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated. Fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out, without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I, therefore, sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify the point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although in the disorder of my fancy it seemed at first inseparable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length and at the right angles to the wall, and groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awaking, and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was much too exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came last upon the fragment of the Sergei. Up to the period when I fell, I had encountered 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had encountered 48 more, when I arrived at the rag. There were in all, then, 100 paces, and, admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in a circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus could form no guess as to the shape of the vault, for the vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope, in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it, and fell violently upon my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet, in a few seconds afterwards, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and a peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I pushed forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling a quick opening, and a rapid closing of a door overhead, and a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom, and suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more, and death just avoided was that of a very character which I regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, there was the choice of death with its direct agonies, or death with the most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering my nerves had been unstrung, until they resembled the sound of my own voice, and become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terror of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had the courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses. But now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read in those pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild sulphurous luster, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble, vain indeed, for what could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces. Up to the period when I fell, I must then have within a pace or two of the fragment of the Sergei. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. Then I slept, and upon waking I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left and ended with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from the lethargy of sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was a square. What I had taken for the masonry seemed now to be iron, or some other metal, in huge plates, whose sutures and joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices which the charnel superstition of the monks had given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace, with skeleton forms and other more really fearful images, overspread the disfigured walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during the slumber. Me and Kay are now pirates searching for seas of booties and jewels. I mean, now you have the underwater zombies, right? It can be like a full Pirates of the Caribbean experience there. Those drowned are nothing to joke about. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. Hold on. And it's not going to give me a... Apparently it's a term used for horses. It's some sort of a strap. Huh. There is. Okay. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty. It's basically just like it's a leather strap with buckles on it, so you can like make it more constricted. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head, and my left arm to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with an intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food of the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, constructed as much the side walls. In one of the panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum which he swung with, as which we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward this fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief, and of course slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and, in looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view of my sight. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in an extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from hook to horn, and the horns upward, and under the edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, whose whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit typical of hell, and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into this torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Milder. I half smiled in agony as I thought of the application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror more... What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed ere it swept so closely over me as if to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I fell suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. It might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weary, as if through the long in inanition. Inanition. Is this like a... This must be like being immobile for a long period of time, but...
Inanition.
Inanition. Exhaustion caused by lack of nourishment. Ah, okay. Inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. Oh, I guess this would have this would have helped me with that right away. Anyway, even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bounds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet, what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. The man has many as such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of my heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again, notwithstanding terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron. Still lay the fraying of my robe, would be all that, for several minutes, it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not go further than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity, to the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of a tiger. Alternatively, I laughed and howled as one or the other idea grew predominant. The ominous violins. Down, certainly, relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter, from the platter beside me to my mouth, with great effort, but no further. Could I have broken these fastenings from the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Still, unceasingly, still, inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still, I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought. It now occurred to me that the bandage, or surcingle, which enveloped me, was unique. It was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case the proximity of the steel! The result of the slightest struggle, how deadly! It was likely, moreover, that the minions of the torture had not foreseen and provided for this possibility. Was it probable that the bandages crossed my bosom in track with the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body closed in all directions, save the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back to its original position when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I had previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with the nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. Bleachy found the boat I left at the river. Save it for me, I might want it back. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in that well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. It had fallen to their habitual seesaw of a wave. I had fallen into the habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it, and then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back, though many sought the well. This was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon the voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood. They overran it. They leapt in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed. They swarmed upon me within accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust for which the world has no name, swelled in my bosom, and chilled with heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must already be severed. With more than human resolution I lay still. Hi, Spooky Man! Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free, the surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of my robe, and had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away, and with a steady movement, cautious and sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For a moment at least, I was free. Free! And in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up, by some invisible force, through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. Every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free. I had escaped death in one form of agony, but to be delivered into a worse death than in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. In a vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose in the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling, most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even the firmer nerves in my own. Demon eyes, of a wild and ghastly vivacity, glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with lurid luster of a fibre that it could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal. Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffering odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictures of horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting. Oh, most demonic of men. I shrank from the glowing metal at the center of the cell. To the center of the cell. Amid the thought of fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like a balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare of the enkindled roof illuminated its inmost recesses. Yet, for a moment, did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrested its way into my soul and burned itself in my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror! Oh, any horror but this! With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering with a fit of ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in form. As before, it was in vain that I, at first, endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place, but not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been harried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square. I saw that two of its iron angles were now acute, two consequently obtuse, with fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge. But the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped at the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool! I might not have known that into the pit was the object of the burning iron to urge me. Could I resist its glow? Or even if I could, or even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now, flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its center, of course, the greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, from my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold or firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but screamed of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting into the abyss. It was that of the General Lassalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Whew. Alright, peace out, Yarniki. I forgot that he actually survives this. I forgot that he actually survives the Inquisition. That he actually lives at the end of this one. You know, that's quite a thing to forget, too, right? That's literally the end of the story. But, like, so much of it is just about, like, you know, the various tortures of the chamber, right? Whew. 5 o'clock. 5:15. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Hold on, we can mark this off. Ba-ba-bum. And we can move this down. To the premature burial. We might need to find a little bit more to read. Actually, no. We took an hour to do the first two. We took an hour to do the next two. Or take a break. This probably we're probably still on track. We're probably still on track. Okay. We're gonna bring up this right here. Bop. We're gonna do this. I'll just say like 5 minutes or whatever. There we go. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Thanks for hanging around. Welcome back. um, you know, ah. Is that an ah or is that an ah? Turn the cam off. um, one thing that I noticed on like actually reading this for the first time in a long time, the Pit and the Pendulum. Um, that whole last section was something that the first time, like the first several times that I like encountered this, like, you know, I had no like really comprehension of what Poe was trying to describe there, and so I just kind of like glossed over most of it. Um, because when you think about it, what he is describing is something that is probably like ahead of its time, like as a concept, right? Like Poe's describing a torture chamber, like that's completely mechanical and changes in all sorts of interesting ways, right? So there's the pit in the center, but the walls can shift around and they can heat up, and the pendulum can drop through it, right? He's describing something that's like really that is like totally conceivable and with modern technology, but must have been like really fantastical sounding, like back back in his days. And everything about this chamber is designed to get someone to fall into that pit. Um, and it's I don't know. It feels interesting that like how much work he has to go into describing like the particulars of how it works just to convey to a bunch of people who have like no idea what sort of technology he's just trying to describe, right? Like it's I don't know. I find it quite interesting. But luckily enough, our next story here, the premature burial, follows right afterwards. Okay. Let me grab a drink here. All right. The premature burial. There are certain themes which interest is all absorbing. There are certain themes of which the interest is all absorbing, but which are too entirely horrible for the purposes of legitimate fiction. These are the mere romanticists. These the mere romanticist must eschew, if he do not wish to offend or to disgust. They are they are with the propriety handled only with the severity and majesty of truth sanctify and sustain them. We thrill, for example, with the most intense of pleasurable pain over the accounts of the passage of the Bersinia, or the earthquake at Libsyn, or the plague of London, or the massacre of St. Bartholomew, or of the stifling of the 123 prisoners at the Black Hole at Calcutta. But in these accounts it is the fact, it is the reality, it is the history which excites. As inventions, we should regard them with simple abhorrence. I have mentioned some few of the more prominent and august calamities on record, but in these it is the extent, not less than the character of the calamity, which so vividly impresses the fancy. I need not remind the reader that, from the long and weird catalogue of human miseries, I might have selected many individual instances more replete with essential suffering than any of these vast generalities of disaster. The true wretchedness, indeed, the ultimate woe, is particular, not diffuse. That ghastly extremes of agony are endured by man the unit, and never by man the mass. For let us thank a merciful God. To be buried alive is, beyond question, the most terrific of these extremes which has ever fallen to the lot of mere mortality. That it has frequently, very frequently, so fallen will scarcely be denied by those who think. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where one ends and the other begins? We know that there are diseases in which occur total cessations of all the apparent functions of vitality, and yet which these cessations are merely suspensions, properly so called. They are only temporary pauses in the incomprehensible mechanism. A certain period elapses, and some unforeseen mysterious principle again sets in motion the magic pinions which the wizard wields. The silver cord was not forever loosened, nor the golden bowl irreparably broken. But where, in the meantime, was the soul? Actually, before we continue any further with this, it's worth noting that at this time, at least, at this time, there was sort of like a, you would call, like, it was just it was a meme, I guess, of the time, or some sort of like a popular sort of hysteria, to be terrified at being buried alive. Um, it, there was stories in the newspapers printed all the time about this sort of thing, and it was a fashion. There was a fashion of the time for people who had the money to do it to install like special mechanisms in their coffins and in their tombs to alert outsiders that they were buried alive. There was a whole business, a whole industry around this, right? Of ways for people to signal from the grave that they were actually still alive and needed to be dug up again. And so this is the sort of atmosphere, the sort of sense of the time in which Poe is writing this, right? It is a very common sort of terror that people have, right? And so, like, the fear was, right, that someone would fall unconscious for some reason and would appear to be dead and would be buried alive, right? And that's what he's describing in this last paragraph here. Okay, all right. Without more interruptions like that, we continue. Apart, however, from the inevitable conclusion, a priori that such causes must produce such effects, that the well-known occurrences of such cases of suspended animation must naturally give rise, now and then, to premature internments, apart from this consideration, we have the direct testimony of medical and ordinary experience to prove that a vast number of such internments have actually taken place. I might refer at once, if necessary, to 100 well-authenticated instances. One of the very remarkable character, and of which the circumstances may be fresh in the memory of some of my readers, occurred not very long ago, in the neighboring city of Baltimore, where it occasioned a painful, intense, and widely extended excitement. The wife of one of the most respectable citizens, a lawyer of eminence and a member of Congress, was seized with a sudden and unaccountable illness, which completely baffled the skill of her physicians. After much suffering she died, or was supposed to die. No one suspected, indeed, or had reason to suspect, that she was not actually dead. She presented all the ordinary appearances of death. The face assumed the usual pinched and sunken outline. The lips were of the usual marble pallor. The eyes were lusterless. There was no warmth. Pulsation had ceased. For 3 days the body was preserved unburied, during which it had acquired a stony rigidity. The funeral, in short, was hastened on account of the rapid advance of what was supposed to be decomposition. The lady was deposited in her family vault, which, for 3 subsequent years, was undisturbed. At the expiration of this term, it was opened for the reception of a sarcophagus. But alas, how fearful a shock awaited the husband, who personally threw open the door. As its portals swung outwardly back, some white apparelled object fell rattling within his arms. It was the skeleton of his wife in her yet unmolded shroud. A careful investigation rendered it evident that she had revived within 2 days after her entombment. Nothing. My face was on cam, Adhug. That was the joke. A careful investigation rendered it evident that she had revived within 2 days after entombment, that her struggles within the coffin had caused it to fall from a ledge or shelf of the floor, where it was so broken as to permit her escape. A lamp which had been accidentally left full of oil within the tomb was found empty. It might have been exhausted, however, by evaporation. On the uttermost of the steps which led down to the dread chamber, was a large fragment of the coffin, with which it seemed that she had endeavored to arrest attention by striking the iron door. While thus occupied, she probably swooned, or possibly died, through sheer terror, and, in falling, her shroud became entangled in some ironwork which projected interiorly. Thus she remained, thus she rotted, erect. In the year 1810, a case of living inhumation happened in France, attended with circumstances which go far to warrant the assertion that the truth is indeed stranger than fiction. How old is that expression? Hold on, I gotta pause here. How old is the expression that truth is stranger than fiction? That feels like a relatively modern phrase. What is this? Seeing more of Bleach's background? What this change of events? Reading here. The Raven's a poem, but yeah, we'll get to the Raven eventually. That'll be the last of the day. The channel points are called Nectar. Yes, there are reasons for that. I won't elaborate now, but I'll talk about it later. In the year 1810, a case of living inhumation happened in France, attended with circumstances which go far to warrant the assertion that truth is indeed stranger than fiction. The heroine of the story was Mademoiselle Victorine Lafourcade, a young girl of illustrious family, of wealth, and of great personal beauty. Among her numerous suitors was Julien Bassot, a poor literateur or journalist of Paris. His talents and general amiability had recommended him to the notice of the heiress, by whom he seems to have been truly beloved. But her pride of birth decided her, finally, to reject him, and to wed Monsieur Renel, a banker and diplomatist of some eminence. After marriage, however, this gentleman neglected, and perhaps even more positively ill-treated her. Having passed with him some wretched years, she died. At least, her condition so closely resembled death as to deceive every one who saw her. She was buried, not in a vault, but in an ordinary grave in the village of her nativity. Filled with despair, and still inflamed by the memory of a profound attachment, the lover journeys from the capital to the remote province in which the village lies, with the romantic purpose of disinterring the corpse and possessing himself of its luxuriant tresses. He reaches the grave. This is a long paragraph. He's so romantic. He's gonna go to her grave and get pieces of her hair. That's how you know a guy loves you, right? Poems are still stories, but you're right. Oh yeah. I hope you know you can't change it. I can change it, Despacito. Aren't all books technically dictionaries? No. But all books can help you to find out the meaning of words, I guess, if you know enough of it. Enough of the words already. He reaches the grave. At midnight, he unearths the coffin, opens it, and is in the act of detaching the hair when he is arrested by the unclosing of the beloved's eyes. In fact, the lady had been buried alive. Vitality had not altogether departed, and she was aroused by the caresses of her lover from the lethargy which had been mistaken for death. He bore her frantically to his lodgings in the village. He employed certain powerful restoratives suggested by no little medical learning. In fine, she revived. She recognized her preserver. She remained with him until, by slow degrees, she fully recovered her original health. Her woman's heart was not adamant, and this last lesson of love sufficed to soften it. She bestowed it upon Bassot. She returned no more to her husband, but concealing from him her resurrection, fled with her lover to America. 20 years afterward, the two returned to France, in the persuasion that time had so greatly altered the lady's appearance that her friends would be unable to recognize her. They were mistaken, however, for at the first meeting, Monsieur Renel did actually recognize and make claim to his wife. This claim she resisted, and a judicial tribunal sustained her in resistance, deciding that the peculiar circumstances, with the long lapse of years, had extinguished not only equitably but legally the authority of the husband. Because they're technically books of words. The Chirurgical Journal of Leipzig, of Leipzig, a periodical of high authority and merit, which some American bookseller would do well to translate and republish, records in a late number a very distressing event of the character in question. An officer of artillery, a man of gigantic stature and of robust health, being thrown from an unmanageable horse, received a very severe contusion upon the head, which rendered him insensible at once. The skull was slightly fractured, but no immediate danger was apprehended. Trepanning was accomplished successfully. He was bled, and many other of the ordinary means of relief were adopted. Gradually, however, he fell into more and more into a hopeless state of stupor, and finally it was thought that he died. Again, I thought I wasn't going to pause that much, but there's lots of interesting things going on in here, right? Like we just discussed, a lot of ways in which, like, some of the things that happen in the Pit and the Pendulum were like really modern and modern feeling, right? Like the cinematic sort of, this almost cinematic opening of the Pit and the Pendulum, and the sort of beyond, like ahead of its time description of the torture chamber, and the way that the walls move and stuff like that, and the sort of thing he was trying to describe were like really like ahead of their time, and just like how the statement that truth is stranger than fiction seems apparently older than I imagined, right? Like he just used it in this story already. But then we're also at the same time talking about trepanning as some sort of modern medical practice that's regular, right? Still talking about bleeding people as a means of medical treatment, right? Like it's heading up, Bleach, I love you. Okay, peace out, Adhug. I think it's just fascinating the ways in which some of this is like so modern, and yet in other ways it's very, very, very much a relic of a different period of time, right? Anyway. The weather was warm, and he was buried with indecent haste in one of the public cemeteries. His funeral took place on Thursday. On the Sunday following, the grounds of the cemetery were, as usual, much thronged with visitors, and about noon an intense excitement was created by the declaration of a peasant that, while sitting upon the grave of the officer, had distinctly felt a commotion of the earth, as if occasioned by one struggling beneath. At first, a little attention was paid to the man's asseveration, but his evident terror and dogged obstinacy with which he persisted in his story had at length their natural effect upon the crowd. Spades were hurriedly procured, and the grave, which was shamefully shallow, was in a few minutes so far thrown open that the head of its occupant appeared. He was then seemingly dead, but he sat nearly erect within his coffin, the lid of which, in his furious struggles, he had partially uplifted. He was forthwith conveyed to the nearest hospital, and there pronounced to be still living, although in an asphytic condition. After some hours he revived, recognized individuals of his acquaintance, and, in broken sentences, spoke of his agonies in the grave. From what he related, it was clear that he must have been conscious of life for more than an hour, while inhumed, before lapsing into insensibility. The grave was carelessly and loosely filled with exceedingly poor soil, and thus some air was necessarily admitted. He had heard the footsteps of the crowd overhead, and endeavored to make himself heard in turn. It was the tumult within the grounds of the cemetery, he said, which appeared to awake him from a deep sleep. But no sooner was he awake than he became fully aware of the awful horrors of his position. This patient, it is recorded, was doing well and seemed to be in a fair way of ultimate recovery, but fell victim to the quackeries of medical experiment. The galvanic battery was applied, and suddenly expired in one of those ecstatic paroxysms which occasionally it superinduces. So they literally, the galvanic battery is applied. So they shocked him. They applied like an electrical shock on him as a medical treatment here. Again, interesting. Like these stories take place at an interesting point in history, where like just so like in some ways it feels very modern, but in other ways it just feels very foreign. The mention of the galvanic battery, nevertheless, recalls to my memory a well-known and very extraordinary case in point, where its action proved the means of restoring animation to a young attorney of London who had been interred for 2 days. This occurred in 1831, and created, at the time, a very profound sensation whenever it was made the subject of converse. The patient, Mr. Edward Stapleton, had died, apparently of typhus fever, accompanied with some anomalous symptoms which had excited the curiosity of his medical attendants. Upon his seeming decease, his friends were requested to sanction a post-mortem examination, but declined to permit it. As often happens when such refusals are made, the practitioners resolved to disinter the body and dissect it at leisure and private. Arrangements were easily effected with some of the numerous corps of body snatchers with which London abounds, and upon the third night after the funeral, the supposed corpse was unearthed from a grave 8 feet deep and deposited in the opening chamber of one of the private hospitals. An incision of some extent had been actually made in the abdomen, when the fresh and undecayed appearance of the subject suggested an application of the battery. One experiment succeeded another, and the customary effects supervened, with nothing to characterize them in any respect, except upon 1 or 2 occasions, a more than ordinary degree of lifelikeness in the convulsive action. It grew late, and the day was about to dawn, and it was thought expedient at length to proceed at once to the dissection. A student, however, was especially desirous of testing a theory of his own, and insisted upon applying the battery to one of the pectoral muscles. A rough gash was made, and a wire hastily brought into contact, when the patient, with a hurried but quite unconvulsive movement, arose from the table, stepped into the middle of the floor, gazed about him uneasily for a few seconds, and then spoke. What he said was unintelligible, but the words uttered, words were uttered. The syllabification was distinct. Having spoken, he fell heavily to the floor. For some moments, all were paralyzed with awe, but the urgency of the case was soon restored to them their presence of mind. It was seen that Mr. Stapleton was alive, although in a swoon. Upon exhibition of either, he revived and was rapidly restored to health and to the society of his friends, from whom, however, all knowledge of his resuscitation was withheld, until a relapse was no longer to be apprehended. Their wonder, their rapturous astonishment, may be conceived. The most thrilling peculiarity of this incident, nevertheless, is involved in what Mr. S. himself asserts. He declares that at no period was he altogether insensible, that dully and confusedly he was aware of everything which happened to him, from the moment in which he was pronounced dead by his physicians, to that in which he fell swooning to the floor of the hospital. "I am alive," were the uncomprehended words which, upon recognizing the locality of the dissecting room, he had endeavored in his extremity to utter. Bleach, check out the bullshit Adhug just tried to pull. He died, and so he could get his items back. He asked me for flying mode. 2 minutes later, he gets an achievement for getting the elytra. Keck. Adhug. It were an easy matter to multiply such histories as these, but I forbear, for indeed we have no need of such to establish the fact that premature interments occur. When we reflect how very rarely, from the nature of the case, we have it in our power to detect them, we must admit that they may frequently occur without our recognizance. Scarcely By the way, guys, all of this that I just read so far is usually cut out. It's usually We usually get an abridged version of this. All that is normally cut out. It were an easy matter to multiply such histories as these, but I forbear, for indeed we have no need of such to establish the fact that premature interments occur. When we reflect how very rarely, from the nature of the case, we have it in our power to detect them, we must admit that they may frequently occur without our cognizance. Scarcely, in truth, is a graveyard ever encroached upon for any purpose, to any great extent, that skeletons are not found in postures which suggest of the most fearful of suspicions. Fearful indeed the suspicion, but more fearful the doom. It may be asserted without hesitation that no event is so terribly well adapted to inspire the supremeness of bodily and of mental distress as is burial before death. The unendurable oppression of the lungs, the stifling fumes of the damp earth, the clinging of the death garments, the rigid embrace of the narrow house, the blackness of the absolute night, the silence like a sea that overwhelms, the unseen but palatable presence of the conqueror worm. These things, with the thoughts of the air and the grass above, with the memory of dear friends who would fly to save us if but informed of our fate, and with consciousness that of this fate they can never be informed, that our hopeless portion is that of the really dead. Of these considerations, I say, carrying to the heart, which still palpitates a degree of appalling and intolerable horror, from which the most daring imagination must recoil. We know of nothing so agonizing upon earth, we can dream of nothing half so hideous in the realms of the nethermost hell, and thus all narratives upon this topic have an interest profound, an interest, nevertheless, which, through the sacred awe of the topic, itself very properly and very peculiarly depends upon our conviction of the truth of the matter narrated. What I have now to tell is of my own actual knowledge, of my own positive and personal experience. For several years I had been the subject of attacks of a singular disorder, which physicians have agreed to term catalepsy, in default of a more definitive title. Although both the immediate and the predisposing causes, and even the actual diagnosis of this disease are still mysterious, its obvious and apparent character is sufficiently well understood. Its variations seem to chiefly be of degree. Sometimes the patient lies for a day only, or even for a shorter period, in a species of exaggerated lethargy. He is senseless and externally motionless, but the pulsation of the heart is still faintly perceptible. Some traces of warmth remain, and a slight color lingers within the center of the cheek, and, upon application of a mirror to the lips, we can detect the torpid, unequal, and vacillating action of the lungs. Then again, the duration of the trance is for weeks, even months, while the closest scrutiny and the most rigorous medical tests fail to establish any material distinction between the state of the sufferer and what we conceive of absolute death. Very usually, he is saved from the premature interment solely by the knowledge of his friends that he has been previously subject to catalepsy, by the consequent suspicion excited, and above all, by the non-appearance of decay. The manifestations, although marked, are unequivocal. The fits grow successively more and more distinctive, and endure each for a longer term than the preceding. In this lies the principal security from inhumation. The unfortunate whose first attack should be of the extreme character which is occasionally seen, would almost inevitably be consigned to alive to the tomb. My own case differed in no important particular from those mentioned in the medical books. Sometimes, without any apparent cause, I sank little by little into a condition of hemisyncope, or half-swoon, and in this condition, without pain, without ability to stir, or, strictly speaking, to think, but with the dull, lethargic consciousness of life and of the presence of those who surrounded my bed, I remained until the crises of the disease restored me, suddenly, to perfect sensation. At other times, I was quickly and impetuously smitten. I grew sick, and numb, and chilly and dizzy, and so fell prostrate at once. Then for weeks, All was void, and black, and silent, and nothing became the universe. Total annihilation could be no more. From these latter attacks I awoke, however, with a gradation slow in proportion to the suddenness of the seizure. Just as the day dawns on the friendless and houseless beggar who roams the streets, throughout the long, desolate winter night, just so tardily, just so wearily, just so cheerily came back the light of the soul to me. Apart from the tendency to trance, however, my general health appeared to be good, nor could I perceive that it was at all affected by the one prevalent malady, unless, indeed, idiosyncrasy in my ordinary sleep may be looked upon as superinduced. Upon awaking from my slumber, I could never again, at once, uh, thorough possession of my senses, and all. Upon awaking from slumber, I could never again, at once, thorough possession of my senses, and always remained for many minutes in much bewilderment and perplexity, the mental faculties in general, but memory is in especial, being in condition of absolute abeyance. In all that I endured, there was no physical suffering, but of moral distress and infinitude. My fancy grew charnel. I talked of worms, of tombs, of epitaphs. I was lost in reveries of death, and the idea of premature burial held continual possession in my brain. The ghastly danger to which I was subjected haunted me day and night. In the former, the torture of meditation was excessive, and the latter supreme. When the grim darkness overspread the earth, then, with every horror of thought, I shook. I shook as the quivering plumes upon the hearse. When the nature could endure wakefulness no longer, it was with a struggle that I consented to sleep, for I shuddered to reflect that, upon awakening, I might find myself the tenant of a grave. And when, finally, I sank into slumber, it was only to rush at once into a world of phantasms, above which, with vast sable overshadowing wing, hovered, predominant, one sepulchral idea. From the innumerable images of gloom which thus oppressed me in my dreams, I select for record but a solitary vision. Methought I was immersed in a cataleptic trance of more than usual duration and profundity. Suddenly there came an icy hand upon my forehead. An impatient, gibbering voice whispered the word, "Arise!" within my ear. I sat erect. The darkness was total. I could not see the figure of him who had aroused me. I could call to mind neither the period at which I had fallen into trance, nor the locality in which I then lay. While I remained motionless, and busied in endeavors to collect my thought, the cold hand grasped me fiercely by the wrist, shaking petulantly, while gibbering voices said again, "Arise! Did I not bid thee arise?" "And who," I demanded, "art thou?" "I have no name in the regions which I inhabit," replied the voice mournfully. "I was mortal, but I am fiend. I was merciless, but I am pitiful. Thou dost feel that I shudder. My teeth chatter as I speak. It is not with the chilliness of the night without end. But this hideousness is insufferable. How canst thou tranquilly sleep? I cannot rest for the cry of these great agonies. These sights are more than I can bear. Get thee up! Come with me into the outer night, and let me unfold to thee the graves. Is not this a spectacle of woe? Behold!" I looked, and the unseen figure, which still grasped me by the wrist, had caused to be thrown open the graves of all mankind, and from each issued a faint phosphoric radiance of decay, so that I could see into the innermost recesses, and there view the shrouded bodies in their sad, solemn slumbers with the worm. But alas! The real sleepers were fewer, by many millions, than those who had slumbered not at all, and there was a feeble struggling, and there was a general sad unrest, and from the depths of the countless pits there came a melancholy rustling from the garments of the buried, and of those who seemed tranquilly to repose, I saw a vast number had changed, in a greater or lesser degree, the rigid and uneasy position in which they had originally been entombed, and the voice again said to me as I gazed, "Is it not? Oh, is it not a pitiful sight?" But, before I could find the words to reply, the figure had ceased to grasp by my wrist. The phosphoric lights expired, the graves were closed with a sudden violence, while from out of them arose a tumult of despairing cries, saying again, "Is it not? Oh God, is it not a very pitiful sight?" Fantasies such as these, presenting themselves at night, extended their terrific influence far into my waking hours. My nerves became thoroughly unstrung, and I fell a prey to perpetual terror. I hesitated to ride, or to walk, or to indulge in any exercise that would carry me from my home. In fact, I no longer dared to trust myself out of the immediate presence of those who were aware of my proneness to catalepsy, lest, falling into one of my usual fits, I should be buried before my real condition could be ascertained. I doubted the fidelity of my dearest friends. I dreaded that, in some trance of more than customary duration, they might be prevailed upon to regard me as irrecoverable. I even went so far as to fear that, as I occasioned much trouble, they might be glad to consider my very protracted attack as sufficient excuse for getting rid of me altogether. It was in vain they endeavored to reassure me by the most solemn promises. I enacted the most sacred oaths that under no circumstances would they bury me until decomposition had so materially advanced as to render farther preservation impossible. And, even then, my mortal terrors would listen to no reason, would accept no conclusion. I entered into a series of elaborate precautions. Among other things, I had the family vault so remodeled as to admit of being readily opened from within. The slightest pressure upon the long lever extended far into the tomb would cause the iron portal to fly back. There would be arrangements, also, for the free admission of air and light, and that convenient receptacles for food, water within immediate reach of the coffin intended for my reception. This coffin was warmly and softly padded, and so provided with a lid, fashioned upon the principle of the vault door, with the addition of springs so contrived that the feeblest movements of the body would be sufficient to set it at liberty. Besides all of this, there was suspended from the roof of the tomb a large bell with a rope, the rope of which, it was designed, should extend through the hole in the coffin, so to be fastened to one of the hands of the corpse. But alas, what avails the vigilance against the destiny of man? Not even these well-contrived securities sufficed to save from the utmost agonies of living inhumation, a wretch to these agonies of the foredoomed. That's a good question. I mean, I've noticed. So it's a common thing in older stories for capitalization to be weird and follow weirder conventions. For example, the destiny of man is capitalized, right? But alas, is not. There's certain nouns that were really common to capitalize back in the day, especially around the time of the 1700s. It was really common to capitalize certain metaphysical nouns like destiny, right? Destiny, specifically in the context the destiny of man, like this, right? That was really common. I don't know why alas isn't, but capitalization standards were weird back then, or such standards as there were. Oh, you summon abominations? Sorry, I missed that, Aaron. Okay, the abominations are back. But yeah, there's lots of weird idiosyncrasies in the way things are done here. It's kind of interesting that even in the age of the printing press, not all of the writing conventions had been completely settled by then. On another note, I mentioned at the start of this, right, that lots of there was a mania about this at the time, about being buried alive, and there was whole industries devoted to doing the various things. Also worth noting, grave robbery was also feared in this time. People were obsessed with their graves, right? and they were worried that like people would bother with their graves and steal their bodies for science. Oh yeah, that's a great point. Alas is not capitalized. Oh, see, I've noticed this before too, right? Um, there are certain times when he uses non-period exclamation points not as the end of a sentence, right? So what is not capitalized? But alas, what veils? This can be considered like a comma, right? Right? This is sort of like a questioning comma. You might think of it. Yeah, that's a good point there, Aaron. I think that's the key because I've noticed this before too. Um, but yeah, another interesting thing that people were afraid of is that their graves would be robbed and their bodies would be taken and given to medical science. Yeah, more of a rhetorical pronunciation. That's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea. Um, so there were like people like who would rig up like shotguns in their tombs so that if someone were to open the door, right, it would shoot at the person who opened it for trying to rob their grave. So it's almost kind of the opposite purpose of some of these changes that were being talked about here by Poe, right? Like where he has all these ways to like get himself out. This is a lot of people are also worried about other people getting in, right? And so, like I said, this whole time period is really weird for graves and tombs and stuff. Like there was just enough technology that like people could do more interesting things with their graves and tombs, but this like their mindset was very different, and they were worried about the very different sorts of things. All right. There arrived an epoch, as often before there had arrived, in which I found myself emerging from total unconsciousness into the feeble and indefinite sense of existence. Slowly, with a tortoise gradation, approached the faint gray dawn of a physical day. A torpid uneasiness, an apathetic endurance of dull pain. No care, no hope, no effort. And then, after a long interval, a ringing in the ears. Then, after a lapse still longer, a prickling or tingling sensation in the extremities. Then a seemingly eternal period of pleasurable quiescence, during which the awakening feelings are struggling into thought. Then a brief resinking into nonentity, and then a sudden recovery. At length, the slight quivering of an eyelid, and immediately thereupon, an electrical shock of terror, a deadly indefinite, which sends the blood in torrents from the temples to the heart. And now the first positive effort to think, and now the first endeavor to remember, and now a partial and uh, evanescent success. And now the memory has so far regained its domination that, in some measure, I am cognizant of my state. I feel that I am not awaking from ordinary sleep. I recollect that I have been subject to a catalepsy. And now, at last, as if by the rush of an ocean, my shuddering spirit is overwhelmed by one grim danger, by the one spectral and ever prevalent idea. Okay, sweet. Thanks, you three. Oh, hello, Ed. I have a slight feeling that I was kitten that destroyed the base. For some minutes after this fancy possessed me, I remained without motion. And why? I could not summon the courage to move. I dared not make the effort which was to satisfy me of my fate. And yet there was something at my heart which whispered to me it was despair, such that no other species of wretchedness ever calls it into being. Despair alone urged me, after long irresolution, to uplift the heavy lid of my eyes. I uplifted them. It was dark. All dark. I knew that the fit was over. I knew that the crises of my disorder had long passed. I knew that I had now fully recovered. I had now fully recovered the use of my visual faculties. And yet it was dark. All dark. The intense and utter raylessness of the night that endureth forevermore. I endeavored to shriek, and my lips and my parched tongue moved convulsively together in the attempt, but no voice issued from the cavernous lungs, which oppressed as if by the weight of some incumbent mountain. Gasped and palpitated, with the heart at every elaborate struggling of inspiration. The movement of the jaws in this effort to cry aloud showed me that they were bound up, as is usual with the dead. I felt, too, that I lay upon some hard substance, and by something similar my sides were also closely compressed. So far I had not ventured to stir any of my limbs, but now I violently threw up my arms, which had been lying at length, with wrists crossed. They struck a solid wooden substance, which extended above my person at an elevation of not more than 6 inches from my face. I could no longer doubt that I reposed within a coffin at last. And now, amid all my infinite miseries, came sweetly the cherub hope, for I thought of my precautions. I writhed and made spasmodic exertions to force open the lid. It would not move. I felt my wrist for the bell rope. It was not to be found. And now the comforter fled forever, and still sterner despair reigned triumphant, for I could not help perceiving the absence of the paddings which I had so carefully prepared, and then, too, there came suddenly to my nostrils a strong peculiar odor of moist earth. The conclusion was irresistible. I was not within the vault. I had fallen into a trance while absent from home, while among strangers, when, or how I could not remember, and it was they who had buried me as a dog, nailed up in some common coffin, and thrust deep, deep, and forever, into some ordinary and nameless grave. Give me a second, I need a drink here. As this awful conviction forced itself thus into the innermost chambers of my soul, I once again struggled to cry aloud, and in this second endeavor I succeeded. A long, wild, continuous shriek or yell of agony resounded through the realms of the subterranean night. "Hello! Hello there!" said a gruff voice in reply. What in the devil's the matter now?" said a second. "Get out of that," said a third. "What do you mean by yelling in that yer kind of style, like a catamount?" said a fourth. Whereupon I seized and shaken without ceremony for several minutes by a junto of very rough-looking individuals. They did not arouse me from my slumber, for I was wide awake when I screamed, but they restored me to the full possession of my memory. This adventure occurred near Richmond, in Virginia, accompanied by a friend that I had proceeded upon a gunning expedition some miles down the banks of the James River. Night approached, and we were overtaken by a storm. The cabin of a small sloop laying in the anchor in the stream and laden with garden mold afforded us the only available shelter. We made the best of it and passed the night on board. I slept in one of the only 2 berths in the vessel, and the berths of a sloop of 60 or 20 tons need scarcely be described. That which I occupied had no bedding of any kind. Its extreme width was 18 inches, and the distance of its bottom from the deck overhead was precisely the same. I found it a matter of exceeding difficulty to squeeze myself in. Nevertheless, I slept soundly, and for the whole of my vision, for it was no dream and no nightmare, arose naturally from the circumstances of my position, from my ordinary bias of thought, and from the difficulty to which I have alluded, of collecting my senses, and especially of regaining my memory, for a long time after awakening from slumber. The men who shook me were of the crew of the sloop, and some of the laborers engaged to unload it. From the load itself came the earthy smell. The bandage about the jaws was a silk handkerchief in which I had bound up my head, in the default of my customary nightcap. Wait a second. What's the point of a nightcap anyway? It must have something to do with protecting the hair, right? But, like, this guy, he didn't have his nightcap, And so he makes up his handkerchief as one. That's I can't help but think of it as like cute. I don't know. It seems really cute to me. Anyway, I think it's because shit was cold. That would make sense too, I guess. Maybe I'm too used to living in a world of air conditioning and heat, right? And artificial environments. That does make some sense, actually. Yeah. There's a part of my brain that just wanted to shout, "Why not wear earmuffs?" But maybe when were earmuffs invented? Earmuffs were invented when? Ah, they were invented 1873. So like yeah, like 30-ish years after Poe died. Okay. Well, there we go. We've learned something today. Men may have also warned them to cover their bald heads in the name of dignity. That's another reason, it seems. Ah, well, there we go. There we go. We're learning things here. The tortures endured, however, were indubitably quite equal for the time to those of the actual sepulchre. They were inconceivably hideous, but out of evil proceeded good, for their very excess wrought in my spirit an inevitable revulsion. My soul acquired tone, acquired temper. I went abroad, I took vigorous exercise, I breathed the free air of heaven. I thought upon other subjects than death. I discarded my medical books. Buchan I burned. I read no night thoughts, no frustration about churchyards, no boogaloo tales such as this. In short, I became a new man, and lived a man's life. From that memorable night, I dismissed forever my charnel apprehensions, and with them vanished the cataleptic disorder, of which, perhaps, they had been less the consequence than the cause. There are moments when, even to the sober eye of reason, the world of our humanity may assume the semblance of a hell, but imagination of man is no catharsis. To explore with impunity its every cavern. Alas! Here again, the same thing, right? This time alas is capitalized because it's at the beginning of the sentence, but we have the sort of it's an intonation sign rather than anything else, not an actual like punctuation mark. Alas, the grim legion of sepulchral terrors cannot be regarded as altogether fanciful, but, like the demons in whose company Afrasiab made his voyage down the Oxus, they must sleep, or they will devour us. They must be suffered to slumber, or we perish. Whew. You know, that was actually a longer read than I was expecting it to be. I guess reading an unabridged version can do that sometimes. That was the premature burial. Okay. Pop. We got that. Okay, we can grab the dagger. I'm now actually thinking that we might not get through the fall of the House of Usher. Right? 45 minutes? Usher is a pretty long one. Do we have it at the top here? If I remember correctly, Usher was a long one at least. I think it's the longest of the ones we've done. Where is Usher? Did I pass it? Hold on. Gonna the purloined letter, blah blah blah, the facts, the fall of the House of Usher right here. Afrasiab. Afrasiab. I'm not actually sure what the reference is. It's an article about an Iranian mythical hero. And it doesn't give me an IPA pronunciation, it's Persian. It gives me some Oh god, it gives me a different sort of pronunciation. Can I get a pronunciation for that? Afro. Is Usher still making music? That I don't know. Oh, apparently it's also the word for fearsome. Or it's a name that means fearsome. What does YouTube say how to pronounce this? Come on, video, load. You're like a short video, like 10 seconds. Just load, please. Also, let's get a good idea of how long this is. It's pretty long. Okay. But maybe we can make it through it. That can't be right. That's literally that's absolutely not the pronunciation. Wait. Did I black cat? Oh, here's a black cat. Here we go. Can you not jump up here every time? There we go. Wait, that... Why is it jumping? Yeah, we're gonna go to the top. We're gonna increase the... Alright. There we go. This... There we go. That's what we want. Okay. Afrasiab or some sort. I can't hear it because the video is quiet. Fuck. Yeah. Well, so much. I wish I had some IPA for that. God, this. Why is this even used? This doesn't even tell us like what the syllabification is or anything. All right. Well. Either way, it's a reference to an Iranian hero. Okay. Let's see if we can get through the fall of the House of Usher before we have to end the stream here. Don't really have time for the Raven, unfortunately. Alright. Fall of the House of Usher. There appears to be some French here that I will have zero ability to pronounce. So we'll leave that to you guys here. During the whole of a dull, dark, soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within the view of the melancholy House of Usher. Skipping key story elements. Exactly. I mean, hold on. We'll Google Translate this shit. Oh yeah, yeah. Google Translate. They can help us.
Son cœur est un luth suspendu. Sitôt qu'on le touche, il résonne.
His heart is a hanging lute, and as soon as it is touched, it sounds. There. So you said something about reason. That must be like the sound, like resonant, right? That's what that must be. Yeah. All right. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through the singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know not how it was, but, with with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half pleasurable, because poetic, because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon the few rank sedges, upon a few upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I cannot compare to the earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium. The bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture in aught of the sublime. What was it, I paused to think? What was it, I paused to think, what was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that, while beyond doubt there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among the considerations beyond our depth. It is possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify, or perhaps annihilate, its capacity for sorrowful impression, and, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled luster by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the grey sedge and ghastly tree stems and the vacant eye-like windows. I don't know French because I skipped every single French class. I don't live in Quebec, so it's relatively pointless for me to know it. I don't think resound has anything to do with audio. I didn't say... Well, first of all, resound is literally resound, Aaron. It's literally a word that has its basis in audio. Resound? It's literally an audio expression, Aaron. But I said resonant, which is also... Yeah. No, it's an audio word, Aaron. It has to do with reverberations. Alright. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now propose to Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now propose to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him, which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of none other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of an acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, of an earnest desire to see me as his best, and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this, and much more, was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Yes, but the success is resounding, right? It's an yeah. We are. That's exactly what we're talking about. So a resounding success is still a sound. It's a sound. It's while it does not mean something literally sounding, it is still a metaphorical sound, Aaron. That's what the resound and resounding success is. It's a metaphor. It's using a sound illusion to describe the sort of success. It's sort of a success. It's kind of like how Japanese. This is actually one of those few things in English that's kind of similar to like a weird thing that happens in Japanese, where they use like sound effects for things that aren't sounds. Like pika pika is a sound effect of flashing lights. Resounding in that phrase is the same sort of thing. It's a sound-based sort of metaphor for the type of success that you have, right? Um, all right, so he's going to go visit his friend. All right. Can we not do that, please? Okay. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, yet I yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had always been excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself, through long ages, in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time honored as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch. In other words, the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency I considered, while running over the thought of the perfect keeping of the character of the premises, with which the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony with the name, which had, at length, so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate into the quaint and unequivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. Onomatopoeia? Uh, so the Japanese one, it's not actually so like the pika pika it is an onomatopoeia, but it's more than an onomatopoeia. There's a special word for it that I can't remember off the top of my head. My favorite word next to hippopotamonstrosiquipa in anime titties. Wait. Uh, Hippopotamonstrosecquipedaliophobia. Wait, so is this like a fear of something with like horse, or it's a phobia of long words? Okay, that works. Anime titties. I don't think wasn't telling you off for getting it wrong. I was just saying I've never experienced that word in any term of sound. Oh no. I guess I didn't mean to sound like offensive. Um, I guess I may have sounded overly defensive with it. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Okay. So the House of Usher is synonymous with both the family and the mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only that, when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself, from its image in the pool there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed, that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the grey wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapor, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal features seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork which had rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, yet, extending from the roof of the building in front, it made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet, a stealthy step, thence conducted me, in silence, through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on my way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken, while the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings and the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy, while I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this. I still wondered how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases I met a physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long and narrow and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panel. I need a drink. Give me a second. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes, and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow. An air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher rose from a sofa which he had been laying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort, of the ennui, of the... Wait. No, this isn't ennui. What is this? Ba-ba-ba.
Ennuyé.
Ennuyé? Bored? Oh, I guess it is like ennui. But it's not quite ennui? It's something else. Okay. Boredom. So, of a bored man of the world. Okay. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with my companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with the breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, a hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, with the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of a change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and, in its wild gossamer texture, floated rather than fell about the face. I could not, even with effort, connect its Arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. Arabesque expression with any sense of simple humanity. I'm not quite sure what's being said there. Arabesque expression. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence and inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. From something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternatively vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from the tremulous indecision, when the animal spirit seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding emanation, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard, or the irreclaimable eater of opium, during the periods of his most intense excitement. Jesus, guinea pigs. You had to jump at like that moment. That spooked me. Okay. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the sense, and the most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of a certain texture. The odors of all the flowers were oppressive, and his eyes were tortured by even a faint light. And there were but peculiar sounds, these from string instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. To an anomalous species of terror I found him a bounden slave. I shall perish, said he. I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, I shall be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of the soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling dwelling in which he tenanted, and whence, for many years, he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose
Supposititious.
Supposititious. The supposititious force. Hold on, let me make sure. Substituted for the real thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated. An influence which some peculiarities in mere form and of substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit. An effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down, had at length brought upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, that, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural, far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him, the hopeless and frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so she was called, passed slowly through the remote portion of the apartment, and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, and not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me, as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When her door at length closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly at the countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent although transient affections of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But, on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. and thus, as as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth all objects of moral and physical universe, of the moral and physical universe, in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the House of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies, or of the occupations in which he involved me, or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among among other things, I hold painfully in my mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber, from the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew touch by touch into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing not why, from these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me. I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By, by the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever, if ever a mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Robert Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. Whew. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented in the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with the low walls smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at the exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet observed in any portion of its vast extent, no torch, no other artificial source of light was discernible. Yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and appropriate splendor. I've just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, and with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments, it was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes as well as the words of his wild fantasies, for he not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered, and I was perhaps the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it. Because an under or mystic current because in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness of the part of Usher, of the tottering of his lofty reason under her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, run very nearly, if not accurately, thus. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, Once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch, in the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious golden, on its roof did float and flow. This all was, this was an olden, long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumbed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting porphyrogeny, porphyrogeny, born into the purple, royalty. Oh, royalty, okay. Round about a throne were sitting porphyrogeny, in a state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing, was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now within that valley, through the red-litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody. While like a rapid, ghastly river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more. I well remember the suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things. But in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the grey stones of the home of his forebears. The conditions of the sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collection of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around. Above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. The evidence of sentience was to be seen, he said, and I here started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of the atmosphere of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importunate and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions needed no comment, and I will make none. The books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, might as be supposed, in strict keeping with his character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Brevet et Chartreuse of Gresset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean Diagny, and of De la Chambre, The Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and The City of the Sun by Campanella. One favorite volume was a small I made a bet with some guy on Twitch that I could get his friend to do something. I won. Congrats. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorum by the Dominican Emeric de Giorne, and there was a passage on the Pomponian Mela about the old African satyrs and Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of exceedingly rare and curious book in Quarto Gothic, the a manual of forgotten church, the Vigilance Mortuorum Secundum Coram Ecclesiae Maguntine. I could not help thinking of the wild rituals of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight. And I just got given some D&D dice. Nice! I got nothing to talk about. These stories aren't getting me there. He stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previously to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the usual character of the malady of the deceased, of a certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on that day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as at best a harmless and by no means a natural precaution. Oh my god. Right? Yeah, I just need to put that in the title now, right? I'm sure all the Fortnite kiddies would love this. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for a temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened at our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth immediately beneath that portion of the building which was in my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times for the worst purposes of a donjon keep, and in later days for the deposit of powder, or for some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor, and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it, were carefully sheathed with copper. The door, of massive iron, had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within the region of honor, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin, and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that the sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical nature, of a cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom of the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way with toil into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous waver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times again I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition that it terrified me. I felt creeping upon me by slow yet certain degrees the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. Cataleptic is a great word, one of your favorites next to crust and moisture. It was especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or the 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline from the Don John that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, or of the dark tattered draperies which tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless, and an irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly careless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me, to certain low and indefinite sounds which came, through the pauses of the storm, at long intervals, I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt I could sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen, by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. Don't mind me. I had taken a few turns in this manner, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterwards he rapped, with a gentle touch, at my door, and entered, bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover, there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and an evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and even I welcomed his presence as a relief. "And have you not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "Have you not then seen it? But stay you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried into the casements and threw it freely. He headed to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was, indeed, a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careening from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of lightning. But under the surfaces of the large masses of agitated vapor, as well as the terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in an unnatural light of faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation, which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not! You shall not behold this!" I said shudderingly to Usher as I led him with a gentle violence from the window to the seat. "These appearances, which bewilder you, are merely electrical phenomena not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen, and so we shall pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken was the Mad Tryst of Sir Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favorite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity that could have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged in a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of the folly which I should read. I could have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at the well-known portion of the story, where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for a peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative ran thus: "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no more to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and maliciousful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, he uplifted his malice outright, and with blows made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand. And now, pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest." Is alarm like supposed to be an onomatopoeia? Alarmed. That's an interesting word. At the termination of this sentence, I started, for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came indistinctly to my ears what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Lancelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, a coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattlings of the sashes of the casements, and the ordinary commingled sounds of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. But the good companion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but instead thereof a dragon of scaly and prodigious demeanour, and of fiery tongue, which state in guard before palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass with this legend enwritten: He who entereth herein a conqueror hath been. He who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his malice and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, and the like whereof he was never heard before. Never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt that whatever in this instance I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found impossible to say, a low, apparently distant but harsh, protracted, and almost unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek, as described by the romancer. Oppressed as I certainly was upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had, during the past few minutes, taken place in his demeanour. From the position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair, so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep. From the wide and rigid opening of the eye, as I caught a glance of it in profile, the motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of this, I resumed the narrative of Saint Lancelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield, and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle, to where the shield was upon the wall, which in smooth tarried not for his full coming, but feel down at his feet upon the silver floor with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. I'm losing it. My brain is becoming a bit melty. Give me a minute. Okay. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at the moment fallen heavily upon the floor, a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measured rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But I placed my hand upon his shoulder, and there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it. I have heard it. Long, long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it, yet I dared not, oh pity me, miserable wretched that I am, I dared not speak it. We have put her living in the tomb. I said not that my senses were acute. I now tell you I have heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, ha, 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 the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say, rather than the rending of her coffin, and the grafting of the iron hinges of her prison, and the struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here soon? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard the footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables as if in an effort were giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you not that she stands without... Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in superhuman energy of his utterance, there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rustling gust, but then without those doors there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro on the threshold, and then, with a low moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies, bore him to the floor a corpse, a victim of the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath, and I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence the gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through the once barely discernible fissure, and which I have before spoken as extending from the roof to the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened, and there came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder, and there was a long tumultuous shouting sound, like the voice of 1,000 waters, and a deep and dark tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the house of Usher. Another interesting thing, zigzag. Not a word I would have anticipated being used 160 years ago. 180 years ago. Jesus. God damn. Actually, when I think about it, Poe would have been in his 20s 200 years ago. He probably would have, like, was very close to marrying his goddamn cousin 200 years ago. What the shit? Whew. Let me reread this here. Alright. So we get the right... I feel like I didn't get the intonation right through some of this. Suddenly there was a shot... Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full, setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through the once barely discernible fissure, of which I have before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzagging direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder, and there was a long tumultuous shouting, like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep, dark tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. So there we go. The fall of the House of Usher. And all of a sudden, now it occurs to me why he made sure to draw so explicit a link between the house and the family. Right? Because this is the ending, right? Like, you know, the house literally disintegrates, splits apart, and falls into the tarn. And the house itself goes as soon as the family does. Anyway, that was that. There's the Raven. We didn't get to the Raven. Literally, like the most iconic of Poe's works. Ugh. Get that right here. I almost want... I almost want to take some time just to do the Raven. But I'm also tired. We'll probably call this a day here. maybe we'll read the Raven at a later time. My brain has been a bit melty from reading now for 4 hours. You know, we actually got through a decent chunk. These stories are longer than some of those that we read, and we also weren't reading as long. I think we made pretty good progress through those stories. I almost wonder if 4 hours and 8 hours are just too long for these streams. I almost wonder if this is like more like a 2 hour sort of stream thing, right? When I can put the most energy into the read. I felt like I was falling into monotone. Like I could have read these last ones better. What's that? They are long. Yeah. I think these streams are too long for being reading streams. What I might try is I still wanna do this. I wanna perfect this idea because I like the reads. They're very long and it's hard to keep focus on them. Yeah, no, it's hard for me to keep. It's hard for me to. I'm literally doing it right. It's hard for me to focus. I feel like I descend into a more monotone voice the longer it goes on, which obviously can't help with focusing on it, right? I probably won't do 4 hours of this in the future. I'll see about the sprinkling in like little 2 hour little mini-sodes. You feel bad? Listen, listen. The point of the stream, I don't care if people aren't talking, right? Like, that's whatever. You know, you don't need to be active and engaged with with chat in the stream or whatever during this. Though the point of this was to provide, an atmosphere, mood, and I feel like I kind of dropped the ball when I just end up monotone reading it, right? At the end. Like, I want to get more into it and just sort of like test. Hey, Zad. You've come literally at the very end. Literally at the very, very end of the stream. um, you know what? Maybe I have the energy for the Raven, though. Maybe, you know what? Hold on. Maybe I have the energy for the Raven. That's how it goes sometimes. Let me see if I got the juice for that. The Raven isn't that long, right? I mean, it's not a short poem, but it's got some length. Come on, come on. Maybe I can reinvigorate myself with a poem, right? Will this not go? Come on. Let's try this again. The Raven. There we go. Can we... That's interesting. Okay. I haven't had that issue with the other things. Haven't the... Oh! Look at that. Centering this is actually a bitch. Okay, hold on. We might need to adjust that. That might have to be how we read it. Okay. Oh, the Colosseum. That's not what we want. Why does this, why does changing the zoom so dramatically affect where I show up in here? The Raven. There we go. Okay. You know what? That's fine. You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna come back a little bit more energized, and then we're gonna go through the Raven, and then we'll put a close on this. We'll put a close on this. You've missed a lot actually, Zad. I mean, if you couldn't tell, but I feel like in some ways you didn't really miss that much, right? I was just talking with Aaron that I feel like the stream, these reading streams are too long, because I slowly degenerate into being less involved in the actual reading and just sort of end up going over it monotone. And I think that maybe 2 hours is the right length for this. But you know, I'll re-energize myself to get through the Raven here, and then we'll call it a day. Or I mean, it's partially a day because there'll be a stream later too. All right, be right back. I'm just gonna get something to wake me up a bit. You know, it's not energy drinks and cola that'll wake you up. God damn, drinking something that just makes you cringe, like at the level of your soul. That'll invigorate you a little bit. God. Okay. All right. All right. The Raven. It almost feels. All right. Well, you know, I'm not gonna let the immensity of the people who've done this before me stop me. Okay. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered. tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from the books my surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," I said, or "Sir," said I, "or madame, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the darkness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon I heard again a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," I said, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open there I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there steeped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not an instant stopped or stayed he, but, with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. When this ebony bird beguiling my said fancy into smiling, then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the continents it wore, "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever was blessed with seeing a bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. Even with me reading it, you still internally hear Bart Simpson saying Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that word it did outpour. Nothing further then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by a reply so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore." But the raven, still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking "Nevermore." This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight glowed o'er, but whose velvet violet lining the with lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press on evermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfume from an unseen censer, swung by angels whose faint footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee by these angels, he hath sent thee respite, and nepenthe from my memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, hold on, let me make sure I read this right. Nepenthes. Alright, I was right. Nepenthe. Respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempest sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted of this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore. Is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God that we both adore, tell this soul of with sorrow laden, if within this distant Aden, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still a sitting on the pallid busted palace just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. And there we go. I didn't do that justice in parts, or in general. But there we go. It's the first time I've read that aloud since high school again. Reading for long periods of time is draining. That indeed, it is very much so, yeah. Whew-wee. Thanks for dropping by, Zad. Anyone else who's still hanging around here? Thanks to everyone. God. Whew. Yeah, you am? You am still around, Aaron? Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, future reading streams ain't gonna be 4 hours long. They ain't gonna be 8 hours long either. Next time I do reading, it'll be 2 hours. What I'll probably do, right, is I'd probably do like reading for 2 hours and then something else. Something like that. But yeah, not a continuous long whole thing like this. I feel kind of bad for the premature burial. What could have been cool is you reading an hour or two every stream, or two every stream reading some VN. I do have some other VNs I have in mind, Zad. Hold on, let me let's change this. Let's get the middle monitor. We'll copy the filters and then we'll delete the filters. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. You can just drag this. Can we drag this up a bit? Monitor? Oh, it's locked, that's why. Bop. What do we have? Ba-ba-ba-ba. It's too bad all my favorites are super long. Will take like 6 months to finish at that pace. Well, VNs are a different sort of beast, right? I don't mind long readings of VNs, but like just these standalone short stories like this is what I was thinking of, or maybe even one day like reading like a proper like novel. But VNs have a lot more going on in them, right? Like you have like the visuals going on, you have like the music and stuff like that. There's a lot that makes it a lot more easy to be engaged and interested for a longer period of time, I think. Um, that's right. Like one thing I was considering doing relatively soonish. Where is it? Was this one? It's written by the guy who did Spice and Wolf. I know very little about it. World and Economica. Um, but I just know it's written by the guy who did Spice and Wolf. So I was like, okay, well, let's take a look at this maybe. Do you have a suggestion for me specifically, Zad? All I know about it is its fucking Sekai project still hasn't got me a cool physical copy. I put $60 on that stupid Kickstarter. Oh, for for World End Economica? F. Sorry about that. I'll get it, but delays and delays. Yeah. But Muv could be a lot of fun. Store. I know I don't have that. Is this what we're looking for right here? Visual novel. Sexual content. Okay. I think it took 60 hours for both games. Jesus. That is... If it took 60 hours to play through it without someone, like, reading along with it, like, the H content has to be patched in. Okay, okay. I think if it took that long, it'll take me very, very long to get through it. And this was reread as well. Do you have anything shorter in mind? I mean, not that I wouldn't be down for trying this, but just to ease into that, right? Like, like what do I have in the way of visual novels? Give me a sec. KKKK. This is my Steam library, by the way. If you see anything else. Symphonic Rain would be a blast. Symphonic. Reborn HD edition remastered. A rhythm, music and rhythm. Okay. Guide Chris Verton on a path to become a master musician in a harmonious fusion of visual novel and music-based gameplay. Huh. Oh wow, this is wait, what the hell is this bundle? Oh, this includes other games too. Okay, I was gonna say, wait a second, $107, and that's a, a discount. Cardinal Sojo would be fun, but there's no way it's allowed on Twitch. Hold on, let me see this. Do I need to worry about the? Okay, it doesn't look like I need to worry about. Hmm. Visual novel Unity adventure plays a detective in the post-war reconstruction period of Japan. Uncover the mystery behind a series of bizarre murders and interactive and complicated human drama. Huh. There might be nudity in the preview images. Alright, well then I have Mio. I have Mio at the ready. Listen, I have Mio at the ready. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just bop. Oh god. Wait, no, it's the wrong thing. I don't have Mio ready. Never mind. Don't listen to me. It's we love the art style and the OST. Let's see what else is in here. Ba, 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 ba. I don't think. Oh, you know what? If I hadn't watched someone play through this, I'd be interested in doing this one. Hatoful boyfriend. Ba, 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 ba. I do have some other visual novels here, but a lot of them are definitely not Twitch appropriate. There's no way Wonderful Everyday is going to be allowed. I mean, hmm. I'll take a look at it here anyway. Wonderful Everyday. Ba-ba-ba. Psychological horror. Story-rich nudity. Violent. Philosophical. Wonderful Everyday is a visual novel about multiple roots which develops a story based on a few concepts. The sky and the world, and the beginning and the end, literature and science, savior and hero, brother and sister. I can already see some suspect images here. A Steam chapter. I mean, I had it on a list of things to keep in mind, but I guess a big problem with a lot of the visual novels is they're going to be, and you get a free patch for the rest of the game. Oh, shit, okay. I guess the problem with a lot of visual novels is that they're going to be like, nudity problems. Visual novel. Dating sim. Visual novel maker. Why is this so small? Can I blow this up? No, I can't. Okay, it's just going to be small. Why is it a bunch of VNs that I'm not familiar with at all that are at the top? Is it just because they're nudie games? Look at all these packs for Visual Novel Maker. Goddamn. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors would also be great. And actually stream appropriate? Oh, Planetarian. That's something that I've had like on like a watch list for a while. This one, right? It's under Zero Escape on... Oh, okay. This, right? 10th anniversary, it's original. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Yeah? Yeah, we'll add that. I've had this on a watch list for the anime for a while. But apparently, I've heard that it's not good. The anime is not good. So we'll just get that. Alright. That's got. And you said 9... So what was that other one? 9 hours? This is just something that I've heard. I've heard people say this. Uh... What's how do I find this? Is that 9 hours or not on Steam? 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, Steam. Zero escape. Okay. That's what you said by that. Okay. This right here? Gotcha. All right. And this is Twitch. Cool. All right. Mystery puzzle gore. It's 2 games in one. Gotcha. 9 hours, 9 person, 9 doors, and Virtue's Last Rewards. Its sequel. Gotcha. Okay. Wait. Well, I'll have this hanging around on my wish list for a bit too. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks for the suggestions. Um, I I don't know when I'll get around to all of those, but there's something to work on. And yeah, for visual novels, I don't have a problem like doing long streams with them. Like Symphonic Rain is my favorite of these. Gotcha. Wait. Oh, that's the yeah. Okay, that one was Twitch appropriate, right? This guy right here. And it's like a music game. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Is 100% Twitch ready? All right. Then I will see about working through some of these. For now, I'm gonna peace out. I've already let the stream carry on longer than anticipated. I got some things I need to do before I get started on the next one. What is this? I like this earlier. Wonderful Every Day got me interested in the game in the first place. Let's turn off spooky music maybe. Do I need to worry about this showing up on Twitch? Oh, is this just the music? Be background music. Gotcha. It took like 6 or 7 years after you found it for it to get translated. Toa, what are you doing with that? Not that I mind. I'm just saying. I'm trying to stream here, Toa. And what was this one about? This seems like really peaceful. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be surprising for something that was less than peaceful to also have, like, you know, peaceful interludes. Okay. In about 4 hours, I'm gonna return. Excuse me. Gonna return for some Temtem. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow, and on Friday. What was I saying? I was gonna be streaming on Friday. Oh, out of curious, do you know anything about Indivisible or Lobotomy Corporation, Zad? Do you have an opinion on one of those two? I still haven't decided exactly what I'll be streaming on Friday. Can't really detail about its plot without major spoilers. That's fine. Haven't heard of them? All right, then that's fine. I mean, I guess I can like give you a taste for them. Lobotomy Corporation. You know nothing? Absolutely nothing? A monster management roguelite simulation game inspired by the monsters from the game and movies such as SCP Foundation, Cabin in the Woods, and Warehouse 13. One disaster will cause another and it will lead everything to chaos. Manage and survive. Tags, management, simulation, difficult, horror, indie, great soundtrack, story rich, gore, strategy, Lovecraftian, roguelike, RTS, cute. That's Lobotomy Corporation. And then Indivisible. This is done by the guys who did Skullgirls, so it actually looks like really pretty. Don't they have a video showing this off? All right, here.
Let's go, Rosie!
It's an RPG adventure, but it has like fighting game style mechanics to it in a weird way. It's kind of hard to describe unless you've like given it a shot. I've played it for like 20 minutes just to get a feel for it, like a couple months ago. This one looks cooler. Well, it is definitely more action based, yes. And it's definitely got a more developed art style and stuff. Okay, then I guess we'll probably go with Indivisible. Unless anyone else has anything to say. Okay. Well, that's for Friday. Yes? Alright. Let it die. Let it die. Let it die is on the table for later. You've got something to say. Let's hear what you have to say, kitten. Alright, alright. A very fine thing to say. Delicious. Thank you, kitten. That's it for right now. Let's find some music to go out with. Not creepy horror music, maybe. How about this? Alright, guys. I'll be streaming again later for a couple hours, some Temtem. And then, like I said, nothing tomorrow. Next stream is Friday, and it will be Indivisible. Until then, guys, peace out. Y'all are awesome. Thank you.